After some minor technical issues, we're back and hopefully OBS works fine this time. Again, if you see here any issues with video quality or audio, let me know in the chat. And today we are starting with something a bit different. So you might have noticed that I have started making some suggestions on how to improve the security and safety of Ox library that we are using to experiment with direct style, aka lean style of Scala. So I did some additional work on that, and we tried to figure out how we can improve safety around exception-based flow control structures such as boundaries and places where they interact with threading facilities such as fork family of functions that are part of the structural concurrency API of Ox. So one of those pull requests, one of those proposals that I have built was something like capture calculus at home API. And if you aren't familiar with capture calculus, it's a research project by Martin Lersky that is going to allow the type system to find out what exactly is being captured in any given value, in any given scope, and then use that information to validate that things, for instance, do not escape to other threads, like in the example of boundaries. So this is something that is coming in the future. We don't have that yet, but we still would like to prevent stupid mistakes coming from situations where you use the structural concurrency combinators wrong. So let's talk about what exactly we are trying to fix, because we have a pull request, and it was kind of simplistic. So Adam Warsky came back with, oh no, it's not the one, making fork pull request, it's this one. So Adam Warsky came back with some, valid points about things that this pull request prevents that are legal. So this is a very important thing to understand. This is the illegal situation. This is the thing that causes errors. So supervised block opens a scope in which forks can be created, and those forks will be monitored by this block. That means that if any of the forks fail for any reason, this block will also fail, and it will rethrow the exception from the first fork that failed. And it won't wrap it in anything, it will just rethrow the same exception that killed the thread in this scope. So if this fork fails for any reason, this supervised block will stop. It will also catch the error in this fork. It will interrupt all other forks beside this one, and then rethrow the exception that killed this fork. So this is a bit problematic in this particular scenario, because we know that either blocks, they operate using boundary structure, and boundaries use exception throwing to alter the flow control. So in this case, the OK combinator, it takes implicit evidence from this either block that only checks the type of the error and then jumps to that point if this something value would be like left of exception, for instance. That is, a bit troublesome, because we have a thread boundary here. So we create a new thread and run this piece of code on another thread. As you can easily see, this is a big problem, because we are in a supervised block, we are free to create forks. We have an either block that gives implicit evidence, and then we use this evidence to jump using an exception. So this thread boundary will obviously catch the exception that OK will throw, and consume it. So what happens is that you don't get an either value here. You get a failed scope with an exception that doesn't have any stack trace, because breaks don't have any stack traces. So this is obviously broken code. It cannot work. It is broken and shouldn't be allowed to compile. Now, on the other hand, and this is something that has surprised me a little bit, we have this particular block here, which is in fact correct. I assume that it shouldn't be, but well, actually it is. Let me explain why. We start by opening an either block, and then, and this is very important, we only then create a supervised block. Now, this has a huge importance, because supervised will only close after all the forks have completed. And moreover, like I mentioned before, if anything goes wrong in any of the forks, it will rethrow the exception that killed the scope. So killed any of the forks or was thrown in the supervised body. So in that case, this either is probably just fine. There is nothing that would prohibit this from working. We know that this scope will only complete after all concurrency has finished in it. If there are any errors on any of the forks, the same error, this is very important, the same error that was thrown on a fork will be rethrown by supervised. So it is actually transparent. This is very nice property. This is the same property that I have found out at one of the previous streams where I tackled map par. So actually map par has the same transparency property in terms of exceptions being thrown on the forks, because any exception thrown on the fork is exactly as it is rethrown by supervised. So it will go to the either, it will work just fine. But the approach that I have taken in this pull request makes both of those things completely impossible to work. It makes them impossible to compile. Because what I did, and let's go to the code. What I did was to first, did that? Oh, of course, metal failed. Yeah, let's go. I think it's just in fork. Supervised, maybe? Fork. Maybe not. Oh yeah, it's here. So what I did, the first thing that I did was that I created additional evidence. So this additional evidence allows us to tell, assuming structural construction of the concurrent code, it allows us to tell that, okay, in this scope, we are going to have evidence that this scope has been forked. So we are providing an implicit evidence that in this scope, code is being executed on another thread. And I have extended all of the methods in the fork family to always provide this evidence. So we have a nice test that shows us what is currently not possible. It's fork either interrupt test, and you can see that code like this should not compile. So we have an either unsupervised, fork unsupervised, and the either with OK combinator, it should not compile. This actually is correct, even with the assumption, even with the remark that Adam Varsky made, because this should not work in any circumstances. This fork is unsupervised, and this won't be doing the nice supervision and cleaning up and rethrowing action for us. So this should work. This would be a runaway crash. But we are doing the same thing for supervised, and while this is currently impossible, it should be possible. So how does it work? We have this forked evidence on all the fork methods. So all the scopes. Let's see. We could write it down a bit. This is actually an implicit scope. This implicit is available in the scope. So going back to either combinators, we have a new thing. We have a new type. And this new type, it is informing us that we want to check whether there is no forked evidence in the implicit scope. This is an inverse control over implicits. We want an evidence that there is no such implicit type. And we do exactly that in the OK. So we check whether there is evidence that there is no forked in scope. Now, this inverse logic allows us to only allow usage of the OK method, the OK combinator, when this combinator is not used in a fork scope. But there is an additional complication. So we have a test for that. What happens if we have a situation in which somebody does a legal thing? Somebody creates another scope inside of the fork that would catch this error. So we have an either supervised. Inside of that we have a fork. And now if this was written, actually we should be able to test that very easily. Where's my compilation? Metals. Compile, please. Did it fail? What's the status? Oh. Cool. Huh. Well, I'm not surprised. Failed to connect with build server. I guess we shouldn't have an issue like that, but just to be absolutely sure, well, we don't have any bloop running on another account. Just a second. Okay, that might be that, which is weird because I logged out of this account. Okay, let's see. Any chances that it will start just, working? Okay. No, it's fine. So, can this be compiled now, please? Okay. Now, this should be an error. And it is. This is exactly what we wanted to get. And this is what we wanted to prevent. But like I mentioned, this is a simplistic case. What happens with a situation where somebody creates an either block inside of a fork block? So this should be legal. And we've made it legal with a clever solution. So what we do is we use the ambiguity problem. So if you have ambiguous implicits in the same scope, Scala compiler will crash, but not when you are using them in this way. In this way, you avoid the ambiguity error, and the forked implicit is being decided that in this body scope, it's not available because this is the body scope. So after this block, so in this scope, forked won't be visible because it's ambiguous on the previous argument list. So this allows us to prevent that situation and make this actually work. So come on, metals. Whatever. Let's just reload window. I always lose patience with that. Okay, so this works because in this scope, actually the fork thing is ambiguous. And therefore we can see the OK combinator without any problems. So what we actually need to do today is to figure out a way to make this thing work, because this is, like I mentioned before, legal, while this isn't. And I guess the best way would be to use those examples that I have prepared and just put them into tests. So write extended tests for that. We should probably rename this one. And make separate tests. No, Copilot. That's not what we want to do. I'm thinking how to call this. Okay. No, thank you. So this thing should compile. We need to take something. This is irrelevant. What that actually is. We need to drop that. That was just a hint. Oh. Now this doesn't work because, like I mentioned before, this is being seen as, well, you are trying to run that on a fork. If we had additional either here, yeah, that would be fine. This scope would catch on and this would jump only here. Now, the less trivial part of that is that this is actually fine because supervised will rethrow, the whole scope will exit. Now, I wouldn't say that this is the best coding practice you could have, but it is legal, and Adam is actually right that this should work. So the objective is, how do we do this in a way that this actually works? We have some new ideas. So I have talked with my friends in the compiler team, and we came up with some possible solutions. Now, there were many of them, but only one looks promising, actually. So what I have in mind is to provide more evidences over, or rather make the use of OK Combinator dependent on higher amount of evidences or lack of evidence. So what do I mean by that? We will need to do some additional implicit acrobatics here. This is actually already using a lot of acrobatics to make it work, but we want to improve safety and make some additional use cases impossible to be expressed. So let's start with this function. We're gonna make it a helper, a private helper, and this thing is actually quite interesting, because what it does is it tells us with a Boolean value that some A type is available in the scope. Now, I've only briefly tested that, so I'm not absolutely sure that it works perfectly, but it should be helpful. So if we look at this, we know that either provides a label of either of, in this case, I think it's inferring nothing, because of, inference rules. We don't provide any types here. Oh, it's even any of, oh, okay, so return value is fork of any, but it's interesting that any is also inferred for error channel. I think it probably is. So it's providing this kind of evidence for us in this scope. All stuff that is inside of this either block will have the capability to access that. And this is exactly what OK does, by the way. OK checks whether it can find a label, and then it checks whether this label is for either of E type. So the type that is available on the left side of the either on which OK is being called. So after that, supervised block doesn't provide any evidence beside aux for now. And it's a good question whether we could leverage the aux capability as evidence here. As far as I know, unsupervised provides a different kind of evidence, and we want to discern between supervised and unsupervised. Unsupervised, yeah, it's aux unsupervised capability. So yeah, maybe we could just leverage the fact that we have aux capability here. Let's say that we have this. Now, fork didn't provide any additional evidence before, but in this pull request, it does provide forked evidence. And this is the case that we want to prove. So we want to do some additional checking in the scope of OK method and see whether we can fix this particular scenario. So we are hitting this implicit not found. It's a good question, what can we do? given that this is already on this level as an argument. So additional parameter list is used with an annotation to provide error message. I guess we will have to drop this. Because it's not allowing us enough flexibility. We want to have the option to prove more things about the scope in which OK is being called. Maybe we could do that with match types. I'm not sure. But yeah, let's first try with the approach that we have talked about before with my friends. So for now, I guess we have completely broke the tests, because this is the main OK on either. There's also one for option. I guess we can drop this implicit from that thing too. So we will have a clear picture where we have disabled this safety mechanism everywhere. We'll see which tests fail now. Okay, we probably should just disregard Kafka tests. So this is core. Let's kill the whole thing down. Cool. Great. We have unused stuff. That's great because we have just commented it out. Yeah, I should probably start walking, by the way. So yeah, my head bobbing is just a result of me walking on a walking pad. Okay. Yay! The whole family of fork-either interrupt tests will be failing. And yeah, that's actually what we expected. I never remember the syntax for test only. No. In SBT. Oh, cool. Awesome. Maybe this way? No. Okay. Yeah, this is the syntax. So we have this family of tests. Now, how do we bring back the same problem as we had before? So how do we fail the same way? If we were to use this function, so available in the scope, we want to check in line if. Yes. No, not exactly. Then we just want to fail if this is the same thing. Okay, let's see. We could implement the same thing you know what, we could do that even before someone from, so that we prevent this search in this scenario. And we could do the same thing, I guess, here and here. Oh, yay, inline errors. Ambiguous given instances. Oh, so it interacts with our solution for removal in this case. So summon from okay, I guess there is a way to handle that with a not given. Let's see. We have to invert the logic and see whether not given will work for us. Does this help? Oh, okay, it did help actually. Funny. Yeah, it's a hack, but apparently it works. So the test that now fails is the only is only the test that we expect to fail. I guess let's see whether it works actually. Oh, should prevent usage of either. So why did it fail? Work either interrupt test 85, which is there, line 95. So this one, let's try and run this here. Fork user error, yeah. So that did not receive this error. That did compile. I guess it's getting a different exception. Oh, okay. What's the exception? Found aux fork event. I guess we are getting that error that we want on a different compilation level, so after inlining. So it probably is hitting an error that I have made while writing this test. It shouldn't probably have compiled at all. Or should it? Let's see what happens if we drop this thing. Will this be right now or not? No, it isn't. So I guess this is just an error. Found fork either T, which is fine. Okay, so we needed a string. Oh, right. Makes sense. Let's call it, so either mode, this is for, oh, so it has to be left. Oh, okay. And now this is working just fine. So we have to fix this test. That's the whole story. Let's just take this. It's the insides of the supervisor, so the whole thing here. Okay. Some indentation. Okay. Okay, cool. So our small change did lead to a situation where we have the same behavior that we had before, with the problem that this, our actual goal, it doesn't compile. Cool. Now, the most, the most simple thing we could do right now is to, as I mentioned before, we already have evidence that we are in supervised scope. That's the aux capability that allows all the forks to be run in this scope. We already have that. Now, if we do this way, what will happen? Everything will fail, because there's one crucial thing missing here. Because this is basically what we want to do, but the crucial missing thing is that if we go back to this task that is not compiling right now, we have this evidence along with that. So we need to make a more specific logic, because let's see, we have this case that shouldn't compile and we have this case that should compile. Let's have them along each other. Oh, come on. Yeah, so so the idea was that we could eliminate stuff here. But if we do eliminate aux capability, that's a problem because we actually make fork unable to run. So I guess we can't piggyback on aux capability, and I guess we need to have additional thing for supervised. And this is very important. Only supervised has to have this capability, nothing else. So let's see if we can. Do we have a type like that, by the way? Is there a supervised type somewhere here? No, I guess not. So let's make sure that this is not abused. Yeah, exactly. Let's call it evidence, just, you know, to make it more explicit. Okay. So this is going to be something like that. And this is going to cause a lot of issues for us now. Supervised error. So supervised error has to have the same thing here. So supervised evidence. What? What? Did I call it just? Oh yeah. Supervised. Okay, and now yeah, we just want to provide that. It's not very important where we get it from. It's just a static marker. Doesn't do anything else. I think we have to do something like this to make it work here, because the order has changed. We have two implicit parameters. In the future, this would be erased. There's a new extension to Scala language that will allow compiler to drop some additional evidence, implicit evidence like that, or arguments that aren't used. They are just used to tell the compiler which methods to use. So they don't have to be allocated, they don't have to be passed, and they can be removed from runtime. Erased exists already, but it's an experimental feature, so we can't use it yet. But yeah, in Scala Next, there's something that will improve slightly the performance of this. Okay, so here it compiles, but why? Oh, because supervised error does provide that. Yeah, that's fine. And that's the whole thing, right? There is nothing else that has the capability to call supervised, right? Yeah. So what do we do now? Now we have to check because if we go back to this test, this is very important. We've moved this. This is now supervised. And this is important. So supervised, let's add the same set of annotations here. This provides implicit supervised. This provides label of either any, but this is quite important. It has to remove supervised, because this is illegal syntax and we want this to fail. Fork does provide evidence that it has been forked. We can't remove the supervised. Now, this is still probably kind of simplistic, because forks can have subforks. Supervised blocks can be nested. So I guess we're just scratching on the top of this problem. And using implicit for that, it might work, but I guess it's gonna have its own set of problems given how implicit scope propagates. Now, obviously, this doesn't help with situations such as def(x). I mean, it should be on a higher scope. It should be here. So check this out. Now this is fine, right? But what if we do this? Oh, sorry. This now compiles, and it shouldn't. It's the same problem, right? X is actually throwing an exception here. So this is something that capture checker will be probably able to fix for us, because X, the return type here, would have this label taken by OK. It would have it in the capture set. So fork will be able to verify that things that are executed in the body of fork do not have that, do not capture that capability. So this is something that we won't be able to fix with implicits like this. But let's see how far we can get. So if either consumes the supervised evidence, we will be in a scope where there's label and forked, but there is no supervised. Now, what can we do right now? Because in this case, this scenario should already compile. If there's label, fork, and supervised at the same time, it's okay. It's fine. It should compile. We can ignore the label thing, because label is being checked by summon from. So if we are in the same scope in which supervised is available, so can we just revert this logic into this position? Okay, this now compiles. Problem is that this has, it doesn't discern between the fact, and in both cases we don't do an elimination of supervised for now, but in this case it doesn't matter what the order is. Both of those implicit evidences are available here, so both supervised and forked. What we need to do to make this stop from compiling, I guess we can drop this from here, drop this from here, maybe not. Let's see. If we want this to work correctly, we need to do some additional work in the either block, and this is getting pretty complex type signature. So I'm wondering what will Adam say when he sees that. To be perfectly honest, I wouldn't be very happy about that from, readability perspective, but maybe we can figure out something to make those types more, easy to understand. I guess we could just, create an alias for that, and yeah, we will get there in a moment. So this is just to satisfy the context function. Now let's see. Oh, it works. It works like we wanted for that to work. So this should compile. This is a legal structure, and it should work. So what we actually get, let's write an actual test. So f join should return a string, and this should in turn should equal, yes, exactly, Copilot. Now this should not compile. Let's comment this out for a moment, and let's see whether our tests are fine. Oh, they aren't. Huh. Oh, oh yeah. Okay, so this logic needs to be a little bit more involved. Because we have unsupervised variants. Huh. So, wait. So unsupervised variants are fine. The supervised variants aren't. Okay, let's see. Let's see with the most simple case what is wrong. So the simple case forker, fork user, fork. This is the simple case. Oh, it does compile. Wait, it should. Right, right. This should compile. This, on the other hand, should not compile. So cool. Our tests are broken. We just have to fix them. Cool. And I guess this fixes the fork test. Yes, it does. And the same problem is then everywhere here. Yeah. So fork user, supervised error. We have to replace this bit with this, open the header block inside. Is this two? Yeah, that's 2 lines of indentation. The same story is here, because we were testing on the scenario that Adam has pointed out that should work. Now this shouldn't. This is now completely illegal. So either block inside of supervised, just in the body of supervised, and then forks using the OK combinator. This should not work. And now we should have everything green. Yes. Potential issue warning. Yes, I know. 179. So here. Pure expression does not in statement position. But it does return something. Interesting. Just for test. Nothing. Statement position? No. It's not unit, it's string. R is a string. So what is the compiler on about here? No idea. Well, you know, it works. So guess we can truly drop this. Drop this. It's actually unused. We can, I think, drop this. Drop this story. And also drop it here. Oh, for aux to support native. Well, problem with that is that aux is built around Project Loom, and it depends on Project Loom APIs very, very much. So to answer your question, for aux to support Scala native, it would have to either change the APIs to match everything that Gears is currently doing, or so you know, in Gears, async is a capability that has to be provided everywhere that you wish to basically be able. I think Adam explained that as any place that would usually throw an interrupted exception has to be an async scope, because it is a suspension point, and that means that for the coroutine runtime that is built into Scala native, which is leveraging the CLang coroutine extension, I guess you would need the aux capability to be everywhere, just like async capability has to be everywhere basically in Gears. So that's one way of doing that. The other is a bit different, and it is possible to do from what I recall from our internal discussions. It's just that nobody really wants to do that, and that would be rewriting, so implementing the Loom semantics in Scala native. So basically virtual threads. If Scala native had virtual threads built into the runtime, yeah, aux could be probably cross-compiled to Scala native too. Now, which of those is more possible? I don't know. From what I know, there is no plan to implement virtual threads in Scala native for now, especially given that we have coroutines, native continuations built into the runtime, and you can access them in Gears. So this library does exactly that. It compiles to Scala native. Obviously, it won't be able to compile to Scala.js because it requires something that can handle suspension, just like Loom does or built-in coroutines can. But I think we can check that in book. Maybe native. Well, a future is the equivalent of fork in aux. So this is running on native 051, and you can see that it is capable of suspending computation until hello finishes. So this is a sequential program, and the funny bit is that it's not blocking actually. But that is happening due to the fact that it is using Scala native. I think it's here. Yeah, it's using native continuations. So I'd never looked in this code before. Let's see what it's doing here, by the way. Okay. So they are built with boundary labels, whatever that is. Yeah. Yeah, I won't lie to you. I have very limited amount of idea what is going on here. Either way, I hope that answers your question. Very dumb dev. So there is no way for Ox in the current shape of Ox to support native continuations on Scala native, because that would mean that the supervised block that we have, it will basically have to be used everywhere. So this capability, it wouldn't just mark, what the hell? Wow, cool tech. So this capability, the aux capability, it wouldn't be capability to just fork in the scope. It would have to be basically everywhere where you want to suspend. So all the functions that would suspend would have to take it also, not only forks. And as far as I know, there are no current plans to change the API to do that. So if Scala Native doesn't support visual threads, aux is not going there. It's still trying to convince me that this is in a statement position, and is it possible that it is? I don't think it is. Fork does capture. So what is the problem with you? This is a fork of string, yes. The test is green. Scala, what the hell? Anyway, unused import. Oh, that's not mine. That's also not mine. This is mine. Pure expression. I guess this information is not about that. Huh. Fork either. I think it's about this. Yeah, we'll figure that out. Yeah. It would have to be viral. Any place that would have the capability to suspend would need it. Um, yeah. Well, it's the suspension support in Kotlin works in a completely different way. So it's on the language level and not on the runtime level. If you do something like that, you have to transform everything on the language level, and Kotlin does that exactly. The suspends, are as you mentioned, they are compiled into state machines. So it's a trade-off, I would say. Kotlin now has coroutines and can only express what coroutines can express in the language. It's also a valid point to say that on the other hand, Scala, if it's leveraging whatever capabilities for suspension are built into runtime, it is only possible for Scala to have one-shot continuations at best with whatever JVM provides. So multi-shots are not possible unless JVM supports it, and well, I don't think there's any interest in JVM platform to have that. So yeah, it's a trade-off, but on Scala Native, there's more stuff that we could do, I guess. But on the other hand, there's CLang that also has to provide some support for that. And I'm not sure whether C-Lang has multi-shot continuations. I don't think they have multi-shot continuations. Oh. Nope. Can't see anything about that. Let's try GPT maybe. Yeah. No, it doesn't. So yeah, so it is different, but I would say the limitations are there too. So all of the tests are green, and this thing is only being triggered here. But that's probably because all the other things do not compile, so they wouldn't trigger that. What would happen if we did this? I guess it will be the same thing, right? Or will it now just say it's fine? Is it fine? Pure expression does nothing in statement position. But it's actually at the inline if. Strange. That returns nothing, right? So I don't know. Still. No clue. Oh, I was changing the wrong method. Cool. Yeah. Else unit. Let's try the big one and check whether this helps. So it's now a unit expression. Shit. It's on the inline. No idea. Am I missing? It has to be inside of the inline. Why is it? Why is it supposedly in the statement position? Oh, because it is. We are not doing anything with that. If we do something like that with that, okay, it's R. It's just unit. It has to be unit, right? Because the implicit else branch is unit, and nothing can be unit. Unused local definition. No. Cool. Yeah, I'm just not gonna care about that for now. Let's fix all the other things that aren't working yet. I'm gonna just not a coffee, a tea, and I'll be back in just 5 minutes. Okay. Welcome back. So, we have this weird warning here, but other than that, everything looks fine and it does work. So, this, on the other hand, does not work. I guess we should move that to a separate test um, that would verify that for us. So this is the family of tests that checks things that should compile, and this is the one that um, I'll come up with a better name in a second. Guess we just need this. No, it's here, so yeah, I kind of know it shouldn't compile. No, yeah, exactly. Uh, oh, start of this line does not match any of the previous indentation weights. I guess. No. Oh, something. Yeah, that makes sense. And we have to also rewrite that. So apparently the syntax here is in the test, just for consistency, it's being used as. Oh god. Okay. We don't get usual help from IDE in this case. Okay. Am I changing the wrong? Yeah, I am changing the wrong one. So it should be this. Potential issue warning. What do we do about this thing? Just to match the convention again. Ah, damn. No. Okay. Does it have to be inline? Doesn't change much. I have a feeling that compiler is not really um, it's not really checking whether this is an inline. That ends up being, an error. Per expression does not finish statement position. Sure. That would be, it's an error like you get when you do something like. So yeah, sure, it's a pure expression, and it's not doing anything. But problem is, we get this. It's not because of that. It's still it's bound to something. So if this is a bound pure expression, if this was it wouldn't come. Yeah, it's unused, but yeah. If we do print line x, this is fine, right? It's everything is used. If we do this, we get the same problem. Why are we getting this problem here? So the whole thing is irrelevant. It's just coming from inside. Yeah. So I guess this inlines to something that is pure expression. Um, this will probably do the trick, but only in this stupid way. No, it's still it's still pure expression. There's nothing that it can do. What? Oh, right, yeah. The test is now broken. It's right. Yeah, but we don't do a fork join. Which framework am I using? I don't know if we can call this a framework actually. Hello, by the way, Lena Jordan. It's not really a framework. I'm working on a library called Ox right now, and trying to figure out how we can improve safety in this library. Um, Later on, once we complete this pull request, we'll get back to an application that is using Ox to actually provide some, utilities for the community. So we are working on this usually, but for now I'm trying to fix some annoyances that I have found that have, led to stupid bugs. So I want to fix that. Now I'm just fighting the compiler because this this really shouldn't be a problem. What was the annotation for that? Suppress warnings. Unused import. It's not the unused import. Will this be enough? Guess this won't compile. We need an import. What? Uh, no one. Right. What is the signature of that? Alright. I guess it should be without that, just on the whole thing, or not? No. How do we... This will be a different kind of problem. I guess, but maybe that's the only way for now. Unused local definition. Yeah, and it's the same thing that I can get by just going here. Is this causing that? God damn. Okay, I'm getting kind of which expression? Booleans? No, can't be booleans. And this isn't even a, no, this isn't proper syntax. Oh, god damn. Yeah. Aux is basically strongly typed wrapper with channels around Loom for JVM. So but the best way to explain that is to just go app site. Then we have the app open. Site templates. I think this is the app. So here we have the application that I'm writing, and it is using aux. So we've discussed that there's open proposal for aux app. There is no aux app yet, and we will have proper aux app with signal handling. So we control C, sig and sig term support, just like you would get with cats app. So that's in an open proposal. So I have a local copy here, which is shitty, and it's out of sync with the discussion that is happening in the issues of aux. I have, this is already using the nice thing that the run method is being run on the main fiber, so to say, main virtual thread, instead of being run on the actual hardware, OS level thread. So that gives us capability to fork away from that. We can fork in this. And yeah, what we do? Well, we basically just scrape the database, which is, not our local database. We are scraping Scala.dex. Oh, that's not what I really wanted. So we are scraping the database of Scala.dex to be able to do some additional stuff. So for now, the only thing that we have actually done is that scraping does its work. There are some additional problems with that at the moment, because I've did some small investigation of stream to why some of the scraping requests were getting HTML instead of JSON. So it turned out that there's a rate limiter set up for Scala.dex. So we have to introduce rate limiting, and that will make the scraping process much longer. But for now, it is sorting libraries that are in the ecosystem of Scala, and you can see some details about the artifacts. So this is the project. You can even go there from here to the project on GitHub. You can see the details about the releases of the artifacts. So some things can be new, some other things, like for instance this artifact has been released 2 years ago. So we want to have more controls, search for that, capability for users to report libraries that are problems for Scala migration to version 3. And I was thinking about that. Well, we have access to data from Scala.dex, but there's an awesome lot of very nice information available on the GitHub. And we already have, for all the projects, we have links to GitHub. We have the organization and the project name. So what we can do is we can fetch a lot of data from GitHub and store it on our site too, and refresh that and do some additional nice analytics on the health of the ecosystem, state of the ecosystem, popularity, and if those features turn out to be useful and people are using them, we can maybe port them back to Scala.dex in the future. But for now, it's mostly about checking how lean Scala turns out to how does it work? Is it useful? How many errors do we get? Is it more error prone than writing stuff with cats effect or ZO? So it's kind of an example, but the idea is to make the example into something useful and check out the stack, find the issues that we get with the lean Scala stack, and see whether it's actually easier to work with that, and maybe if it's easier for people to contribute to applications like that, because the assumption is that if you have an application written in purely functional Scala, like I guess the best example that I always provide is Scala, not Cursor. Sorry, my memory is playing tricks on me. It's not Scala Guardian. Oh my god, can't remember. Easiest way, issues, Scala, come on, Scala Steward. Oh, yeah, so Scala Steward, this is a very nice application and I like it a lot. It's very useful, but it's written in purely functional style. Let's see persistence, for instance. There's not a lot of code here. Maybe repo cache. Oh yeah, that will be, yeah. So does it? It's not implementing any algebra. It should be. It's a final class already. Huh. Well, anyway, to be able to contribute to something like that, you have to understand the whole cats thing, and basically you have to understand final tagless style. So the whole thing is written tagless final style. So you have to understand how this syntax works, and one of the ideas behind writing things in lean Scala style is that it should be much easier for people to contribute, because there's just a lot less complexity on conceptual level. So I think it kind of delivers on that. Yeah, sure. The debug story is better than CZO. Yeah, I guess it kind of is, because you get just normal stack traces. So yeah, but there are some things that aren't that nice in my opinion, and yeah, that's exactly why I'm trying to work on Nox in parallel to the to building application. Things like things that don't happen with cats effect and ZO are things like stuff that is contextual running away on a different fork. You can do that in cats, but you aren't using exceptions for flow control, so not a biggie. It is a biggie in Ox, and that's basically what we're trying to solve here. So runaway uses of OK combinator. So yeah, I still have no idea why we get this. Why we get this thing? If I do no, come on, Scala annotation, no warn. Oh, I done goofed. Getting impatient here. Can we? Well, it doesn't make any sense. It's it changed the type. I don't know. Let's see. Inline val. Can I do inline val? Yeah. Mm. I'm running C tab classes. Oh. Well, no, because type classes operate on something, right? Um, so the difference between a direct style code is that you aren't forced to run a monad. I am using either, you know, just to be 100% truthful here. I am using either wherever I can, but I'm using that because I basically want to preserve the part of the experience of using monadic effects that allows you to think about functions in a way that they don't lie to you. So let's see. We have a function, create data source, right? And I don't think this actually can throw, but perform migrations. It's using Flyway. Flyway is a Java library. If migrate fails, from what I recall, it just throws. And you know, in Java, that would be, oh, could I have some effect wrapper? Yeah, well, you know, you can always get from a monad to to a direct style. If you have, you know, you can do that. It's not special in any way. Let's go here. Let's do Scala CLI REPL as free dap aux, yeah, but that means that we will also need to have JVM21, and I would also like to have dap. There is no. Yeah. You can do exactly that. I just wanted to showcase that you can do this, and it won't be blocking, right? Because there is no blocking on virtual threads. I mean, it is blocking. It's spinning the carrier thread if you are using synchronized. So you know, monitors. If you are using monitors, for now it does actually block the underlying thread. But that's going to improve. There's already improvement in the pipeline for the JVM. I think version 23 will have that. Not exactly sure about the actual timeline, but there are already builds that do not block on synchronized blocks. So it was if you ask me, it was a short-term pain. Everybody in you know Java ecosystem started writing synchronized blocks to logs, and in like what 3 years, 4 maybe, they will render that a non-problem. Yeah, but yeah. Maybe we don't need to showcase that. Anyway, the thing is that you can basically run unsafe runsync on a virtual thread. So yeah, you could leave the monadic context. Thing is, you would still have, you know, combinators for library itself. So we could you know do some additional syntax sugar over that, but let's say you are using Doobie's connection IO for transactional support. So if you leave connection IO, if you unsafe run it anywhere, and it gets interpreted, you lose the context. So monads allow this, you know, implicit context propagation underneath, and if you drop that, if you run them, you lose that context. So That wouldn't be very nice. So for Doobie, it would, turn out to be that you still have to run um, query, and then, oh my god, what does that? What? What is that? That's not Copilot. Metals, what the hell? Yeah. So basically, you would still forget this. To get this transactional, you would need to do this, and then something like. So this would run that on visual thread, assuming that you are in a supervised scope, for instance. This would run that, but you would have to have this for comprehension for things to run. So not very nice. I am using library called Magnum, which is in tune with the spirit of Lean Scala, because it's using capabilities for scoping. So I guess it's just the API is more similar to the rest of the stack. It works nicely. I have some, like you can see here, some reservations about the fact that it throws on many occasions, like run will just throw on any of those exceptions here. So if prepare statement throws, it will just close stuff and rethrow that. Yeah, but maybe that's something that we could. Some syntax sugar. Well, maybe there's just so much stuff that you have to know if you are using CE. Most of the time, people using CE understand things like Kleisli, things like, well, all the monad transformers. They have a lot of additional stuff built into the whole monadic combination. So on different layers of the monad transformers, they handle different concerns. Rewriting that step by step would be very hard. I don't think it would be impossible. It would be quite hard. But yeah, no, it's an open question whether you could, for instance, leverage a capability like here from the Magnum, so dbtx, to somehow inform Doobie combinators. That, well, the problem is that there's this free monad underneath, and free monad it designates a scope. So it opens transaction before interpreting the whole combined effect of connection IO, and then it closes this transaction. So I guess you could do that maybe on the level of our combinators on the syntax sugar that you're talking about. So Doobie Scala, I guess there is an API for transactions without connection IO, I think. A manual way to do that. Where the hell are transactions? This is the problem with things like Doobie, and it applies to different free monads and monad transformers used in Cats effect stacks. I guess it's the same problem with Zio, because in Zio you would have to provide parts of the environment that any effect, demands. It's not a thing that we have thought about before. So yeah, but if you run this with instead of transact, there will be a combinator called run, so that you can get the result, the option of a country. So val maybe country equals find friends dot run. That would leave this scope. How do you do something that allows you to combine multiple such effects without flat mapping on connection IO? If we had an answer for that wouldn't do any crazy manual mutable state stuff, I guess maybe we could do that. Come on, there has to be something about transactions here. Okay, so yeah, they're just composing the two connection IOs, transact them together. It's a bit of a problem. Yeah, I don't know. Getting back to the application, to Ox actually. So we still have this problem. I'm running out of ideas what can be the problem here. Oh, did it stop? Maybe it stopped compiling. Oh shit! And oh, it's broken. It's not a constant value. That doesn't change anything. Yeah, an inline devs cannot be devs. Yeah. Inlines. I don't know. I'll ask somebody. That's what I usually do if I have a problem with macros. Okay. Does it solve the whole problem for us? So this does compile. We can clean up stuff that helped us understand what is going on. Yeah, we are in the clean. Going back to the issue, we have did what Adam asked. So supervised is now illegal. Supervised either fork is illegal. Either supervised fork is legal. This cannot be done. This requires capture calculus, because we lose the information about what is happening here on the level of function definition X. So just to check, we are testing scenario. If we switch this, this still fails, right? Yeah. Okay. So I have some additional changes. Supervised does have its own marker now. Either scope is doing a lot of stuff. Okay, so let's tackle the last bit. And I know that we have this small problem with this. We'll figure that out later. Let's figure out how we can clean this up. So I guess the easiest way is to do just is this better? Maybe I don't know. Maybe something like that. Okay. Chat, is this better? I guess we could do this as a private type, so it doesn't leak to the user. And you know, I'm still, my OCD calls on me to find a way to fix this stupid warning. I can't believe there is no way to make it just go away. If I do 23 here, okay, if I do it's gone. Cool. So which expression is doing that? Can we wrap it like that? Just say, don't warn about it. Fingers crossed. Shit. Oh my god, what the hell? You know, one thing that I have learned is that there are situations where your understanding is just not enough and you have to call in the cavalry. So I guess we'll just commit that and cry for help. Why is compiler doing that? No clue. Whatever. There's one more thing I was thinking about. Are we testing all the possible combinations? What will happen if somebody does something really stupid, which is, you know, legal but ill-advised? Let's see what happens if I do either supervised and fork. Okay, either supervised fork. Yeah, let's see. Is that fine? I guess it's still compiling because we aren't getting the same warning here. Is it compiling, dear bloop? Terminal output medals compiled, Cortez? Is it? Is it really compiled? It is. Huh. What happens? So if we do I don't believe him. I don't think it's compiling. It is. Wait. Oh, right. It's correct. If we did that here, that wouldn't become. Oh yeah. Now this is a problem, yeah, because that shouldn't work, but this should work. Yes. Okay, it works with nesting. Okay. Did we just solve all the problems? Hard to believe, but yeah, I'm not gonna protest. Let's see. Let's just check that we have removed all the unnecessary stuff. Okay, okay. I guess those two changes are unnecessary. I guess VS Code will just. Oh, it's not VS Code. It's Scala FMT. So I'm not gonna prevent Scala FMT from working. So it's in the core. Git add core git comment. Let me just input the secret. And we're back. Cool. Okay, so we have this here. And let's ask. So we had this in SBT here. I would like to take this. There's a longer explanation available. Okay. One more time. I'm curious what that could be. Core additional settings. Okay. Explain, I guess. What is the problem? Yeah, sure, it doesn't have any side effect. It can be changed without, it can be removed without changing the semantics of the program. This means that in a compiler, you are mistaken. You are deeply mistaken. Let's see. I'm not sure, but I don't think. Oh, yeah, it wouldn't change the semantics of the program because the program would now compile. Uh, because the only thing it's doing is preventing compilation. This whole expression, uh, I don't know, else do nothing. If we do something like that, oh shit, no, Scala annotation, no warn. Pure expression. What was the example here? Now it doesn't type check. God damn. And if we do something like that, no. This is really, I think it's a problem in the compiler. it should understand that this is compile time side effect. Like it's stopping the compilation. Yeah, I have no idea. So let's copy the whole block. Okay, call in the cavalry, and that's it with Ox for today. 2 hours. Hope it will be less time consuming. Yeah, so changes to build SBD. We don't need this explain. Yeah, go away. And by the way, go away completely. Yeah, let's get back to Scala today. So on the previous stream, we figured out the whole bit with paging and the whole bit with navigation for paging using HTMX. This is not JavaScript. It's not using JavaScript in any way. We have proper deep linking, so if you go to any other page, it still provides a nice deep link, so you can just copy that. So that's fine. Our logic for those chevrons here is that it just moves to the next page. I was wondering whether they should go through to the first and last page. I'm not really sure, but I guess that would make the most sense, wouldn't it? Given that you can select the next page, it's even the same mouse position if you see this here. So this is redundant if you think about that. So that will be one thing to maybe do. Okay. We have a problem with scraping algo that I mentioned before. So we are scraping too fast. We are hitting a rate limiter. So yeah, we could do something very naive and just sleep between all those requests. Just is the question how long and what is the actual limit. I don't have the information back from Scala Center about that yet. So what is the best way We have retries, and they don't look very nice, if you ask me. The fact that we have to wrap the whole block, it's not that beautiful. I would prefer for that to be an extension, just like you are used to retrying effects in monadic effects. That can be done. It's not a biggie, to be perfectly honest. It's not a problem. The easiest way would be to just, put the it's a block, so turn that into scope like that. Just issue a thread sleep, say 300 milliseconds. Do that everywhere. It's a trivial change, and see whether that fixes that. Because the objective here is to get the whole thing running. So for the run to complete. All right, yeah. Should we just move it? No, I guess. We can do our own thing, and we can drop this, by the way, because we don't need this anymore. It's already in aux. I wanted to use the Rastin's part question mark operator, but apparently that isn't a very popular thing. So once the PR storm in aux is fixed, we'll just make a proxy method with a question mark, and then we can compare whether we want to use question marks. Oh yeah, I just resigned. I don't want to spend more time trying to fix that dump problem that we had. Let's just not. Not okay. We want to do a sleep. Duration. Yeah. Yeah, and one interesting bit that I would like to do, for this to happen in a scope where we know that we are on a virtual thread, so it makes this API less bad. And I don't think we have millis. Oh, it's not in a supervised block. Interesting. Where do we open one? I think the whole scraper is running just on a separate VT. Am I right? Can we do using aux here? Does that compile? Ah, yeah, the nice viral aspect of capabilities. Okay. I think it's fine now. Then we got the duration import, yeah. Oh, we had it. Sleep. Artifact info, scraper effects, artifact info, sleep. So that's, let's mark it with a to-do. And yeah, we would just build a proper rate limiter. It's a good question. Doesn't HTTP have rate limiting facilities? Scala HTTP. We are not talking about. I switched from Google to Bing to compare that. So people said, on the internet that there's less clutter on Bing. I can't say there is less clutter, and maybe there are less sponsored things here, I guess. Maybe the results are slightly less AdWord like on Google are, but yeah, it's not that massively better. Does HTTP have anything like rate limiter? Okay. For future, for Zio, for Monix has effect. Okay. That's retries. Circuit breaker, rate limiting. Resilience and throttling in Akka streams. So it's not built in. It's just, use whatever you have. And as far as I know, Aux doesn't have anything like that yet. Retries, IO. That's the capability, resources, so scoping of resources. That's very nice, but that's not what we wanted. No. Nope. Nope. Firefox, yeah, but that's the browser. The problem actually is not with the browser. It's with search engine. So yeah, this not very nice approach that we have here to rate limiting. I guess we're just gonna go with that. Let's build the app. What's in the site? So we have the deployment here using Bison. The current version deployed is 0016, so it's time for 0017. Are you really using Firefox as your daily browser? Is everything working fine? Okay, now we only have to change this here. Oh, we are in the wrong scope, wrong folder. Infra site. I guess I have this here usually. This is just the app. Or maybe this is just the platform. This is site. And that's the app. Oh yeah. How's Nix, by the way? Uh, do you have any issues with your driver setup? Did you have to, spend like 2 weeks to get everything running? I'm feeling like Nix is currently no issues. Wow. I think I have a feeling like Nix is currently something kind of like um, Gentoo was for people back when, like 20 to 15 years ago. So every true nerd used to say that I'm running Gentoo. I did compile the kernel for 2 weeks. So things like that. Super stable. What are you running that Nix OS on? Is that something, something that is mostly mainstream? Or do you have any um, not really, mainstream components inside? G8 laptop. I wanted to get angry about Intel Wi-Fi, uh, but I used to have Broadcom Wi-Fi's, I think, in laptops, and it also um, went wrong. So yeah, um, so probably not a big difference. Is everything working on this HP laptop with Linux? Because NixOS is just part of the problem. Linux on a laptop is the second half of the problem, or maybe even more than half. Really? Does sleeping work? That's uh, the biggest problem always. Besides the thing, yeah. Before the MacBook, sleep works. Wow. Before MacBook, I had a T series ThinkPad with Arch obviously on it, and well, there was quite a lot of issues. Sleep did work, but no, fingerprint reader didn't. I guess it had some issues with audio, obviously, because audio on Linux. And Better Life was bad. Okay, enough chit chat about Nix. I'm happy that it works for you. I I don't think I would try using Nix right now. I just don't have the time. Um, so we have deployed the rate limited variant, and I hope it is doing what it should be doing. So logs, do we have? Oh no, we don't. PW infra. So it's not actually like that. We need this, I think. Get pods. Let's see. So it changed the scope. Yeah, here. So yeah, we are on the proper one. Cube serial logs app deployment. And let's see that in less. What? What's going on? Huh. Did I do something explicitly? No, it's 300 millis. What's going on? Oh, it's just slow. It's slower than I would think it is. It should be. By the way, it's using map_par here. So it's 20 requests in parallel, and then sleep 300 millis. It's a finite duration. Well, it should be 60 requests per second. You'd still use Nix on Mac. Wow. Hats off. I wouldn't dare. Are people that have Mac using Nix often? I'm not gonna argue with that. It's not the best package manager, but it mostly works. There is, I think, it's a philosophical point. There is a point where shitty solution is so popular that most of the most pressing issues get solved very fast. So yeah, Brew obviously has its own issues, but on the other hand, it's so popular that most of the time you don't really see those issues, and if you see them, most of the time there's a solution on the first Google search. So it's the power of high popularity. You can have something very, very bad, and it will be usable to some degree, to some productive degree, only because there's a lot of people putting a lot of effort into maintaining, improving, fixing things. I guess we could say that in Scala we have the opposite effect. Things are usually very stable. I mean, not on the versioning front, maybe, but on running software front, I would say Scala programs are very resilient, very robust. But on the other hand, community is not that big in comparison to, let's say, Java or Python or JavaScript communities. So there's still a lot of stuff that needs to be done, and there's not enough people to do that. In the end, it's probably the old rule about bad money winning out with good money. Okay. So this is doing something. It looks like it's not waiting 300 milliseconds. Is it? No. But I'm not gonna complain. I'll just let it run. I'm kind of curious what is happening with this. It should be. Oh, maybe it's just. Oh, what? It's parallel. It's not map. No, I have no idea. Really. Anyway, let's ditch that. Let's check this out. Let's maybe fix the configuration thing that I meant to fix for the last few days at least. Spring Boot has only 3 maintainers. Yeah, but Spring Boot is lingua franca of Java HTTP application development. The size of the community, 3 maintainers are just probably acting, pull requests to Spring. I guess we can very, very easily check that. Let's say GitHub. No, it's not gonna work that nicely. Let's say Spring Boot. And let's see pull requests. Can we group them somehow? Maybe we don't even need to group them. I see a lot of people here. There are some names that repeat themselves quite often. Yeah, Sebastian would be one of those maintainers, I guess. This guy is not from Spring.org. That's the thing. So if you have a huge community, you get a lot of, free work done by community, and it just quickly, stacks. Even small pull requests fix a lot of stuff, and if you have some people that are bent on improving things in the project that they use, you get nice bigger fixes, for instance. So yeah, community size does matter. Okay, configuration. So I have this class. I wanted to add one more thing before I complete that task. And that was, I guess, a scraping job is kind of stupid at the moment. Because for now, I think we have the Scaladex API URL. Yeah, it's hard-coded. It should be from the configuration. What the hell? Oh, it's a test. Oh, I deleted that. Yeah, let's just completely drop this. This could be URI, but there's a small caveat. I guess we would need to have, I don't think configured, but there's a secondary type class here. From env, I guess. Yeah. And I think I didn't implement additional combinators. So we could do that from a toString. I mean, from a string instance. Like, does it take that type? Will that work given that it's here in the derive imp? I think configured type. Where is salmon? Okay, so it's here. So from and has, okay. And this scope is here in the derive. Okay, it should work, I guess. Given from and URI. Okay. It's not that easy. So for a string, it's just end get path. But you know, from env string decode env path PRI. So this won't probably work. That's something that froze. Object. What the hell? I guess I have to name it. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's kind of true. That's kind of true. You kind of learn Haskell for free. The truth is that not really, because Haskell is truly lazy, so you don't really learn all the laziness tricks if you are using Scala. But yeah, you got a good foothold. And there's also the other question of whether it actually makes sense to learn Haskell. But you know, I would say the business perspectives aren't that well, that good. What would make sense, I guess, is to learn Haskell for enlightenment. Well, what was the problem with a record? You just define the data, right? Save apply. Save apply. Is there, okay, that's unsave apply. So normal apply is an unsave apply? Hell it is. Interesting. I have no idea what's going on here, but I'm gonna assume that it's going to work pretty nicely. So yeah, we have this. Apparently this compiles. I'm wondering. It should. Oh, we didn't change that yet. Let's see. Compiler. Oh, there's no configured type now. This part of the API no. Oh, it's in the internals. The field type. It's just a string. So to field type. Yeah, field type string. Will that work now? Okay. So the extension points for BSOM CFG aren't very nice right now. So I guess this is just kind of pointless at the moment. But yeah, let's see. So we don't want that. We want the scraping logic, and we want it to use this value from configuration. Oh, and before we do that, let's copy that. Nice. And we have to put that. So what we need to do now is we have to build that. It's in version 17. Now we have to wait until it builds. Oh, this is how Haskell. in pure script. Okay, looks like case classes basically. Okay, so how is that different from Haskell data? Um, so can't you just do the same thing here? Like, is this namespacing accessors? Oh, you mean this part? So yeah, but you mean this awkward accessor, right? Thing in Haskell. I guess, yeah. I know what is happening here. I just can't read that. Yeah. I um, did a small drive-by and went to see how much effort it would be. Oh, Nikita Volkov. I tried to see how much effort it would be to learn OCaml or F sharp, and it's pretty straightforward. Uh, they don't seem that weird. Haskell seems much weirder, at least to me. Wait, what? Why? Oh, the function is in the scope, in the module. What? Oh my. This is not allowed? Yeah, lenses. Okay, so basically the whole thing is about having case classes. It's uh, is any of those limitations present in Scala? I don't think anything like that is present. How can this be a runtime error? How can you do this? How can this not be a compiler? Yeah, Yeah, Haskell. I don't think it's known for focusing on practical problems. So yeah, let's get back to practical stuff again. Mm, so we built 17. Oh, did we? Huh. So did I already do that here? No. I think I did override the image that already existed, because if I didn't, this wouldn't compile. Very strange. This limitation in Haskell completely surprised me. I always assume that their data types are basically our case classes, just less verbose and easier to define with enums. Okay, so this should be a compiler now. Yeah. And yeah, we are missing base Scala.dex URL, which is awesome because we can provide it here. Now, should we take it from configuration? I guess we should. That would be a nice sane move. And it works. So now we do just pass this information to configuration, base Scala.dex URL, and that is public, so we don't have to hide it in a way. And this should now pull me up. It should just deploy our application with the whole configuration story done. For now, at least, we can drop another bit and mark it as done, and paging is also done. Actually, excuse me, OCD is too strong. Search bar. We have the way to pull data out of Kubernetes cluster already. Yeah, I think it was done before paging, to be honest. So first and last page, that should be very small piece of work. So let's get it done and then focus on the search. Search is the big thing for today. Search is the non-trivial bit. So templates, I think we have to start in templates. So we have this thing with chevrons here, and we did the whole huge bit of logic on the previous stream here, trying to figure out this bit. So what should be the correct index for the previous page for the chevron? And I guess we can simplify that. Total pages. That's the, page 1 and page total pages should be the whole solution, wouldn't it? So how do we simplify that? We know we don't really need this inactive logic anymore, I guess. We could disable them if there's nothing, if there's just a single page. But do we really need to do that? I don't think we do. We can just comment that out. We know that we are on the last one, right? Yeah, that's the last one. So we can comment this one also. Now total pages, is that with is that off by one or not? I don't know. Let's comment this. Wow, two. Let's comment this bit out. And this will be just one, right? Doesn't have to be interpolated. It's just page one. It's just straight to the first page. And I don't want to deploy that. So let's just run it. I'm wondering the database should work, I think. Oh, yeah. Wanted to fix that. We are missing something. And that's one of the properties. One of the configuration values is missing, and I kind of know which one is that. Oh, we didn't test this code, by the way. We should have probably did that before we pushed to the environment. Secret. This is not a secret. Will you run? No. So I think we dropped all of them. I'm getting worried, you know. The deployment went fine, right? Is this crashing? No, it's not crashing. Logs, app deployment. Ooh. It did fail. Scraping job did fail. Scraping jobs don't crash the whole application from what I see. Yeah, it just goes to the next. What the hell? Oh, the parsing function. This. Yeah. Not beautiful. Needs some work. Okay. So we're still missing some things because locally it doesn't still start. No. Are we missing something more? Probably JDB serial. Yes, and port, setx, port. Now this should be all fine. Yes. Yes, I wanted to accept connections. Okay, and now parsing works. So, you know the drill. Let's redeploy that because we worked scraping job on dev. 19. See ya, cheers. Okay. Now the next bit. It's here. It's just pulling me. Oh no, we have changed it. Sorry. 19 and pull me up. Yes. And at the same time, we are going to deploy this change because I forgot that. Well, good thing it's dev. So this goes to page 1. Where we are, this is fine. This goes to page 603. And yeah, this doesn't look well, but that's the last page. Oh, awesome date of release. Cool. So yeah, looks fine. Yeah, kind of makes sense. And I wanted to check what is the latency for last page. Page first page doesn't do anything strange. It's offset 0, but now this is a big offset, and the time is 27 milliseconds. I think we are fine with that. Yeah, I think it's okay. Even if we have more pages, that's probably not gonna be a big issue. Okay, so the deployment is done. We killed the local instance. Let's see. 800. Not the page source. Come on. 200 milliseconds. 208 milliseconds. No difference. Cool. Postgres is doing its magic. That's fine. So even if we have bad tag for that, if we have not really nice logic for page, okay. If we don't have nice logic for paging, we're just using offset. It's still fast enough. So yeah, that is closing this thing. Now we are left with search bar searching, which needs paging, obviously. We have like 2 hours left, so I'll just grab another cup of tea and we'll be back in a minute or two. Welcome back. Okay, search. Search is a tricky thing to do, but we aren't going to leverage any additional server for search. We are just going to use Postgres because Postgres can do all of that. And I think we could do even more because we aren't using just Postgres. We are using PostgreSML, which is a distribution that comes with built-in functions that allow you to do stuff like retrieval augmented generation. So if we wanted, we could have a search that is better than what Elasticsearch has, just with Postgres. I mean, that might be an overshoot, but yeah, I guess we can try to get there. So the first question is, how do you want to allow people to search for things? Now, it's quite, I think, obvious that we have to, and I mean, we have to use project organization, project name. So those are things coming from GitHub. We also have to use group ID and artifact name. Now, let's see if we have all of that in separate columns. And the naive implementation is probably going to be quite simplistic. It could be just like or like or like. We could use some proper techniques for a search like that, and by proper techniques I mean vector search. I don't mean like in RAG. So I don't mean semantic search like you would get with embeddings. I mean vectors just for comparison of how close a given result is to what that would be. Now in the future, I guess when we fetch data from GitHub also, I guess we could also do semantic search in description of the project. So if somebody would like to do a free text categorical search for projects that touch databases, it would probably work. So yeah, something trivial, something simple, I guess would be if we had. So this is view, this is projects, artifacts. We have group ID, artifact ID here. We have organization repo here. Reference to that is a bit more complex. We have organ repo here, but we don't have, given that this is per row, we have artifact name, but we have group ID. I have artifact name, which is even better because artifact name is this thing. So I guess we could just search in the view table, which is quite good, I would say. Yeah, I guess we can start with search on this. So db artifact repo it's probably going to be in this thing here. Indents. Search. Yes. do we? It's probably just mistaken. We want to use a search query, just a string, whatever is available. What does code proposed by? Yeah. Okay, so it proposes I like, which is okay-ish. We can start with that, I guess. Join where we don't have an offset, but we should have an offset. So I guess the second bit, which is missing here, is that we need a page. And the page size, obviously. Yes. Let's give him another attempt. Come on, yeah. Oh no. What is where? Is this just, taking the whole thing from there? Yes, it's taking the whole thing from here. It's sorting by the release date, which is very nice. Sorting controls, we're gonna do that later. If we are gonna do that. I don't want to support full data table setting, so that would be not very nice. And I strongly believe that things like data tables are on public pages. They're just vectors for tags. I mean, I don't know what the performance for this will be, so it could be also a very nice attack vector. But yeah, we'll see. Is this compiling? Good job, Copilot. Whether it works fine, we'll just find out in a moment. Yeah, but let's just connect this to the templates. Then we'll figure out improvements to the search query itself. So in templates, we have table row. Where is the search bar? Oh, it's here. Label search. How does it look like right now? Search for items. There is no label actually, I think. This is just placeholder, right? Label is missing. Maybe it's visible on no, it's not, and we definitely aren't responsive. Yeah, that's not responsive design. Apparently, it is not very hard to do responsive design with this whole thing called Tailwind. I wouldn't know, but yeah, we can try and see what comes out. So, how do we do debounce? That's something that was always interesting for me. How do you do debounce with HTMX? Debounce input. Trigger delay. Oh, delay modifier. Cool. What's search? Delay modifier can be used to bounce, avoid making multiple requests while the user types. However, once the request is made, the user begins typing again. New request will begin, even if the previous one has not finished processing. This example will cancel any in-flight requests and use only the last request in cases where Search inputs contained within the target, then using hx sync like this. Okay. You know, it kind of looks like everything that we need. I think this is regarding the type search. I don't know, let's just copy that. Search, so we get this. Oh, and now there's an interesting bit. This and this, should that just work? No. How do we have those combinators for HTMX named here? I don't know. Oh, they are just okay. I think we're missing some of them, by the way. So we have a trigger. We don't have an hx sync. Let's put them like in comments, and let's do the no. Yes, thank you. Target. We have a target. Yeah. Trigger. We have target. Yeah, we have a get. Cool. Just one bit was missing. So the things that don't compile, where are they? Where are they? Here. Oops. Whoops. Okay. What? Oh, MacBook. Oh, they are just stupid functions. Why did I do this way? Couldn't it be like... It could. So that feels more idiomatic for the whole Scala thing. Why didn't we do that before? I mean, probably solves a lot of issues. Like push URL issue. Let's see. It's a useless bike shot, but I have a good feeling that it's not gonna be completely useless. So should we have variants? I don't know. Let's see. For the indicator type, I want to have two variants, but only because this value seems like it's special. Yeah, that's a duplicate. And the boost. Okay, so those methods probably made things less brittle if you do things in wrong type, because Scala will probably allow you to assign a number to a string expecting thing. But it looks so much better than just function calls with that. It's just consistent. You know what? Here, 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 and here. Here, 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 and here. And we are in the clear. Okay. So, I guess I'll drop this. Search bar. So we don't have an endpoint. 500 milliseconds. I guess it's fine for debounce. Target, not the search results. I guess we want to go to the table. We just want to go to the table. Project table is just ID project table. So this is going to be like this. Do we also need out of bound? Yeah, we probably need out of bound update for navigation, because it's going to return things. Oh, there's more. There's so much more. We need a URL encoded URL encoded string for the query parameter. How do we do that? So history API, how do we do dynamic history? Okay, boosts, not really. How do we do? Okay, so I guess it will append correct thing, right? So if we do hx push URL true, like that, does this work? Yeah, it does. Should just work with that. Okay, so what can we do? We should probably just implement the endpoint. Here's the paging endpoint, and that's a nested thing now. Search. Yes, exactly. Option end of page, optional query for page. Repo, no, search projects is not the method. If we compile that, it will complain, exactly. Connect search projects, it's just search from what I recall. Oh, no, it's not. Query page size, and we have a page. So page, how do we get a page? Page is, we have case query and maybe page. Page is maybe page, getter or else one. Cool. Okay. Oh, and the page. Page goes here. No, I want a comma. Cool. Maybe 0. Did I work it up completely? Oh, yes, I did. In fact, it should be 0 here. It's a bug. And it should be index paging. Should be page 0 if not none. So we have a problem here with paging. Where's the paging navigation here? Okay, so it's not 1, page 0. Cool. Paging navigation, current page. Zero, 0. Paging navigation, current page. That's gonna be tricky. Because in presentation to the user, we want to show we want to show, should we show page 0? Maybe not really. Should we show page being always 1 and then just subtract that in controller? Like here. You could always do 1 minus 1. Okay, I think we'll have to debug that in a moment. Let's comment this out and this. Get back to running the application in restart mode. Yeah, so the dumb thing is, doesn't work right now, right? Page 0 and page 1 are the same. Am I just missing something? Wait, let's go to the query. This is 1. It's gonna be offset by size of one page, wouldn't it? So for page 0, this kind of makes sense. That should be that. Let's call the dbeaver to help us with that. In Subrick. Untext. So page 1. Oh, okay. That's at least weird. What is happening here? It is also 0 here. That's search bar. We don't. That's search endpoint. We don't use that yet. Oh, paging doesn't do that. Paging goes directly for that. So that's page 0. And if we go through index, no, it's not through index. Current index is 0. So none of the boxes are have their red dot. But this doesn't work for some reason, this link. Actually, it does something horrible. Fetching page 1. But I think there's a mistake in HTML here, isn't it? Page 0, hget page 1, of course. Okay. I think it would be better to just do this and consistently work with that by taking the 1 minus. So that would be page. I think it will have to be page plus 1, wouldn't it? No, that's normal page. Sorry, it's normal page. Total pages. I think we will have to do this way. To avoid off by 1, or I'm just making an off by 1 error, I'm not sure. So db, we don't have to do anything with the db layer, we just have to take this. So page so navigation will always have number incremented by 1, and we will fetch with page smaller by 1. And paging is doing that. We have this here. Let's make it consistent. And search will have to do exactly the same bit. Okay. Does it work now, or did we forget something? Oh shit. Yeah, it was a dumb mistake. It shouldn't happen in normal run, because I had, page 1, page 2. Okay. Active is off by 1. So why is it off by 1? In the controllers page, we have to tell it that we want page plus 1. I'm thinking, I guess we don't need this total pages plus 1 there in the whole bit. Page plus 1 here. Index paging, the same bit is probably we have just table here. Weird. Here. Okay, we're on page 2, page 1. We go to last page. Oh, 604, and that's for 339, which is probably what we want, because it is indeed the last bit. So navigation is off by 1 in the templates. I guess in the HTTP layer total pages. if this value, if this value yes, exactly. Good job, Copilot. Okay. Does this fix the problem? 605. And it's empty. I specifically wanted for that not to happen. Oh, I know. It's a dump mistake. Yeah, caused by here. This thing here. We don't need that. Page 1, page 604. It's a shorter table, so I guess it works fine. Cool. Fixed. Lost some time on that. Doesn't matter. Let's see what happens if we do this. Oh. What happened? Search HS table with pad. Oh, what the hell? Search. Label search hx get. What is going on? What did we actually do? Search. It used the name, I guess. Oh, cut them. Obviously, it had to, right? Just had to. Oh, 404. That's more like it. Why do we get 404? So we send that to search query. Cool. Search scribe info. Cool. And we didn't get that. We didn't get that. Why? Paging page 2 works. Search with query. It's a queue, so it should work. Oh, of course, of course. Okay, it did return something. Okay. Is there a specific, no. Specific limit? No. Sorting is kind of a problem in this scenario, I have to say. Okay, that doesn't return anything. So it's a dump. It's a very dumb way to query what we are doing right now. So it's nice that it does return anything, to be perfectly honest. Mm, we could have some heuristics here. Mm, like we could check that if there's slash, somebody probably means the GitHub project query. And have specific searches based on that. If somebody uses double colons to separate pieces of string, we could search for org plus artifact name, right? I guess those are the most obvious ones. I think this was fixed, by the way. Magnum is outdated, Flyway is updated. It wasn't released yet, it seems. So, what do we do? I guess the best thing we can do right now is to do some heuristics. Oh, we should probably also fix the out-of-bound problem for navigation, because navigation for queries that have multiple pages should work, and we should keep this invariant working for all the queries that we do. So this is going to be a bit more tricky because we have this fetch and recently released projects with artifacts method that doesn't support query. We need to get a count of all artifacts that support the same query. So the DB layer code is gonna get quite big, quite fast, I'm afraid. Fetch. It's not fetch, it was get page count. So without main, it will take a query, string, page size, and yeah. Now those methods are stupid with what they do. They're just dumb and kind of apprehensive to continue just pushing this limited querying approach, but we need something to start with. Start small. Query string, page size. So we have to call that from the controller here. Yes. Now the second bit is we need the out of bound swap. So we're gonna tell this very nice snippet that we have here. We're going to show our. It's gonna be below. We're gonna show our intent to copilot. then we want another thing. And it now should infer what we actually want as, yes, paging nav table, total pages for query. Cool. Let's see. Oh, what's going on? Oh, we are using search. Oh, right. Oh, it's not deep linked. Oh, deep linking for search is broken. Not good. We can probably oh yeah, I recall there was a discussion in HTMX community about that. How do you check that current request was done by HTMX versus just the browser? HTMX sets additional header, so you can match on whether you have that header. If you have it, it's an HTMX request and it requires a partial response. If not, you can do a full render of the page. I'm wondering whether I want to do that. Because what is the other thing that we could do? With paging, we are pushing different URL. How do we how could we handle the problem in the search? So we don't know and we can't tell how to, what is the URL, what is the query parameter that it should URL encode to append here to the search, right? So I think search has to have this control with double handling. I would like to get a request. There was a combinator for that in, I think it was in header. Not sure. Top here. Let's see whether it knows the documentation. Header string. Oh yeah, wasn't far from that. Header string. Now there was this That's not it. Mm, let's see whether I know HTMX documentation. Of course. Oh, come on. Okay, it's not gonna cooperate. Okay. Is it just, working on options? Oh, it kind of does. Uh, okay, that's stupid, but it works. So what do we have to do here? If it is, we have to do the logic from index. So if that is this thing, do the out of bounds stuff and do the partial rendering. If it's none, Can you not break it? Thank you. And I guess we can also put that here, because this is definitely fine. And paging nav. We don't need a paging nav. It's going to do the whole bit for us. Just templates index. Total pages for query. Page plus 1. Okay. Cool. Huh. It disappears from the search. But that's probably not a biggie. That's not a problem, really. Yeah, it looks like it's working just fine. Okay. The search is stupid. Okay. Wow. So like, oh, I get it. I think the queries are just dump. And they should be like this way. So if they were to incorporate that dump search logic, really should be, I think, with globs. Oh shit. I'm getting tired, I think. This thing. Yeah. Org, repo, artifact name. Do we have the same thing here? Yeah, same thing here. I think I also wanted to search in the group. So Copilot didn't do that. We forgot about that. Repo. So that's group ID is also available. Repo or the artifact name. Now, it would be nice to have a ranked search, right? Proper ranked search. Okay. Internal server, nice. Whoa. How is that possible? Which query was that? It was the count one. Let's see. Count 0. Why? Did I mess it up? Okay. I think I forgot how this works. I like... Oh, it was percent. God damn it. I have a vague recollection that there's also an issue with if you have something that starts with your query and you have left percent, it won't match because it expects that there will be any, different signs there. I mean, different characters on the left side. So yeah, that's a. I think the approach was usually to just put the right thing, assuming that person starts writing from the beginning of the name, but it's not always true. It's not always true. Okay, this looks kinda like it makes sense. By the way, by the artifact name, we could also check in project, right? We aren't, I think. Or are we? Search organization repo group by ID query artifact name. Yeah, we probably should add also project to that. I'm gonna improve readability slightly. Yes, exactly. I don't think this is proper formatting, but I don't really care. Why? The hell? Did we find a bug? There is one. How there is no columns? $500. What? Column index is out of range. But this... Oh, I have a feeling I understand what is happening. Oh, that's... I think... Yeah. I think what we have to do... Yeah. I think we have to do something like that. And something like that. So clean it and then allow it to allow Magnum to embed this wrapped in quotes, because what we did right now wasn't going to work. Search. And the same story. Cool. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Sort of works. No. It's funny. Because I like before, I don't think it has any way to put the weight on something, and we kind of need weights. So you can see that there's a problem. I think we might not have Kirk in the database. That's another bit. That's another possible problem. So where? Let's do a where. Cersei or Kirka. It's IO Kirka. No, we don't have it. Cool. What can we do to improve that? By the way, how slow it is it? But if we want to do a small test, 150 milliseconds. It's below 500 milliseconds. Well beyond that. So hmm. Yeah. Let me grab another cup of tea. We'll figure out the last bit, which is it's blocking me. Let's get to this point and we can deploy to prod tomorrow, I think, and let people know that they can do things like that, and then we will figure out the rest. So I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. So, fed my cats, got the tea. We can try and get the last bit of the basic set of features done, and that would be the action button. So, it's actually not that easy. We could do something very simple and just, register any time anyone clicks on this button. But, well, what do we do if somebody clicks that repeatedly? Oh, by the way, that's an interesting bit. We should probably have, prevent default in that. I wonder how do you do that with HTMX? Or rather, I think this is done by Alpine JS. Yeah. Anyway, where were we? So we could have somebody clicking that repeatedly, providing that it won't be doing that anymore, and just bump the number, right? It's a bit of a problem. So how do we prevent people from abusing that easily? We obviously don't want to do any registrations. We don't want to do any accounts, any authorization and authentication of users. Nothing like that. I would like to remind everyone that we're in Europe, so GDPR is a legitimate concern. So we don't want to do anything that would store anything that could be construed as personal data on our server. So what can we do? I did think about that. I didn't really pursue that, but I was thinking about what could be done. What is the best approach to preventing that? And I think that, without accounts, without a way for our backend to actually, it's a good question, because maybe there is a way, but let me continue the thought that I had. Without a way to actually, prevent people, without a way to identify people, the only thing we can do is on the client side. And we could write to users local storage in the browser that he did already click that. That would work for very simple cases. It wouldn't prevent you from, beside the fact that you can very, very, very easily just go here. I think it was an application, presentation, icon. So I think I lost my browser through quite a lot, but there was something like that. There was a button here in application, I think, that allowed you to nuke the whole. Oh, that's changed. Like a lot. Oh, storage, yeah. You can click clear site data here and continue clicking. So that's not a good thing. And without proper, user management, there's only so much you can do to actually improve the situation. So what I was thinking about was to do fingerprinting. Now I don't know if fingerprint of a browser can be sent to the backend. I'm not sure. You know what? Let's try and ask our AI overlord about that. Storing a browser fingerprint on the backend. GDPR maybe does storing. Necessity of GDPR notice. Oh! How is that? I can't believe that. I think it's making things up. It didn't copy that. Uh, yeah. Is there anything like that? Strict requirements. Oh my. Must obtain express consent of users and inform them of. Wow, thank you GDPR. I feel safe already. Um, Transparent about data collection process and ask for consent when personal data processing involved. How is browser fingerprint personal data? What the hell? And directly identify unique users among the sea of internet users in order to track them. Well, maybe. Yeah. So that only is a problem for us if we send this information back to the backend. Do we need to do that? Well, nothing will if we don't send information to backend, um, which is as I mentioned, susceptible to just nuking the data. If we don't do that, we can only store things in the storage. I think we have this open, right? Templating state. How do we store? That's the local state. Alpine.js, I would like to data. No. Is there something like that? Because this will evaporate and I don't want Alpine store. What does Alpine store do? Read more. I want to read more. Global state management, but that's just transient state, right? If I refresh page, it's gone or not. Hmm. You know what? As usual, you won't know until you read the code. Packages, store, no. Alpine persist, Alpine no. I want Alpine store. Store. Reactivity is reactive, okay. Awesome, nice. Stores, reactive stores, name, stores. Okay, it's doesn't look like it. Really? Is there? Okay, that's actually not bad. I think it solves our issues. Mm, hmm. By the way, is storing a IP also a problem? Really? Wow. Wow. Well, I have to say, internet got a lot dumber since I was doing web dev last time. This is hilarious. So you can't store IP numbers just to recheck. That's maybe not full questions. It's just a stupid Bing. Or anything. Fingerprint, retina scans, location data from IP address. Okay, so basically everything. You can't store anything if you don't ask for permission. So we can't send anything to the backend. I mean, uh, we would break GDPR if we stored IP addresses. Wow, I really don't want to do anything like GDPR notice, and especially the logic necessary to oh, that person didn't opt in. So what should we do if you don't opt in? Should you be able to vote for libraries that you want us to help with migration? It's dumb. Yeah. So mm, I guess we will be forced to just work with this with local storage and hope that nobody will abuse that. Well, where abusing that is basically asking GPT to write a script that will do whatever. Probably you don't even need a headless browser to do that. Yeah, but with a headless browser, it would be trivial. Uh, I guess even with a user script, it would be trivial. So, mm, cool, nice. Guilty. Guilty until proven not guilty. So this isn't very good. Show me the way, GPT. Oh, no, 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 no. I don't want a template. No. Stop. Let's... Hmm. Yeah, exactly. Data ID is fine. Oh, it's interesting. So that would create a bound object. Cool, cool. Once user. Um, let's see. Okay, and here I think we can also handle the side effect of calling to the backend. I guess it means we have to use regular Ajax. So I guess it's probably fetch API, whatever really. Um, yeah, yeah, it looks like it should work. Um, should we, should we just do the dumping and just put it here, or should we have external JS file to do that? Hmm. Yeah, let's do an external one. Hmm. Um, voting JS. Nope. Nope. Cool. Select row. Oh. Yeah, no, those are basically just hints for GPT. Oh, it's not going to help me. Oh, there we go. Then do we have to check? Okay, this kind of looks like it makes sense. Voted on, voted on. Let's rename that to votes. Even easier. Cool. Okay, so unfortunately this has to be JavaScript. Yeah, let's leave it as it is. And now the interesting bit is that we also have to put this here. Static voting JS. This should be fine. And cool. Now, assumption is that we will. Okay, this is the scope of the state, right? Okay. So do we need data ID? By the way, it doesn't matter. Just have to render this here. So data ID is pointless. We need this on the other end. Now, this is a bit troublesome, I have to say, because we kind of need to refresh the bindings on DOM, on the document object model, on HTMX refreshes of the table. So even if we do this, okay, so we have X data, right? And it's not table data, projects table. I guess it would make sense to because it's gonna be rebound, and I guess it's gonna be rebound pretty often. So what can we do? I would like to have some additional information about what's happening here. And I would like some because if the table is going to have this function bound to it using this x data binding, I would like to see that. I would like to have the control. We definitely have to make HTMX refresh that for us. X data. It's still, yeah, it's still a function. It's just voting, right? I think it was like that. Yeah. Now this opens the scope. For all rows, in the last bit here. So, oh no, that's a bit. Yeah, it's here. It's href. Href. Could we do a button? I would like for that to be, still. Class. How do we do this? How do we change the class? Maybe let's worry about that later. Maybe let's drop the href completely. It's blocking me, cool. We need this funny thing here. The important bit is we also need information about ID, and we don't have the ID of the project here. So I guess the name of the project will be just the ID. I don't really care about that, so it's fine, I guess. Yeah, we don't say what type of array that is. We have a click, so this will be click. Yeah, that is almost right. Voting. I don't think it's called voting, by the way, because it's the bound function in the object, right? So that is called vote. Okay. Let's go to vote, and then we have this project, and we have to pull a property out of it. I think it's just project. Yeah. Yeah, I guess. We are missing the closing parenthesis for Anchor, and now I think we are done. Okay, this has recompiled. Let's see that localhost. It's blocking me. Console. Oh, syntax invalid token. What the hell? Oh, we didn't escape that. Yeah. Tough luck. Current vote state empty array. Well. I mean, It's not gonna. We can click that and see what's. Oh. Oh. That's not good. What the hell? Wow. Why is that? Voting. And we use voting? I don't know. What the hell? Oh, yeah. That was a big mistake. Cool. Sending vote. Okay, that actually makes sense. So we saved it, then we dropped it, didn't we? Because there is no handler for vote. I have like 15 minutes, so gotta vote fast. Response is fine. We probably just dropped that. Let's see the stage. Local storage, and we should have. Oh, it didn't. It didn't drop it. Why? Well, we did get this console log. Oh, we don't save. Yeah. This shouldn't be an else. Copilot was right, by the way. I did this mistake. Um, so, um, can you disable cache? Voting, voting. Is this? Oh no, it wasn't fresh. So I have to kill the app for it to pick up that one of the static resources has changed. So it shouldn't cache it. Okay. So we have vote on this, and nothing happens if we click that. Okay, saving local storage, and it's still storing the same bit of information. It looks like it's working properly. Let's drop this. Can we drop this? Votes. Delete. Does it work? You know, best way would be to check, to have visual, and visual change is probably the easiest to be done with this. So, dear AI, what was your idea to do this, to change this? Class. Okay. Hmm. Let's give it a bit more context so it can handle that. Dear GPT, this way. So make the control go to Alpine completely. Is it still going? Yeah, it's still going. Oh, there's something I click prevent. Apparently we probably should use that, by the way. HTMX. Let's see what is the explanation for click prevent. I'm curious. Okay. So CLS is gone. I mean, it's going to be gone in a moment. We don't need it. We need something like that. Oh, and in this particular case, I think we'll just go with the value string here. Again, does it change anything? Probably not. Yeah, we'll fix that later. Click is here. So classes will be controlled completely by our logic in that. So this is actually this with a function called here, and it's not a selected. That's was voted on, and this is as project. So it will, if it was, it stacks gray. If it wasn't, it stacks red. Cool. Let's see. It does compile. Boom. And it did nothing. Oh yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. Let's change the script. So let's drop this. Let's kill the app, restart that. Boom, grayed out. And it doesn't do anything now. So yeah, it does work. Awesome. Boom. Okay. Let's restart that. Okay, and it does survive. So the bindings, Alpine does rebinding automatically. That's very, very nice. It just works. Wow, it's like React, but without React. Cool. I have like 5 to 6 minutes left. Can we do the backend handler for that in this time? Vote. That is also an endpoint. Post, vote, query. No. Oh, do we have a JavaScript library in this project? I guess we have full. Yeah, I guess we do. So JSON body of JSON body of vote. Now it's out. Oh, I want in. So I don't want this. We don't really need out. You borg that. So no JSON body. Interesting. I don't trust him. Can we? Okay. Inputs, outputs. I want JSON handling. Work with JSON. I guess we quite definitely need this thing. Tap your JSON upickle, because we have upickle. Unfortunately, we have upickle from the toolkit, so we don't have anything else for JSON. And I'm wondering whether we should use JSON. No, it didn't get the hint. We get the upickle handler. How do we use that? We have to do this. Not a surprise. I think we also need generic auto. Why do we have this import here? So that works suddenly? Apparently. I don't think we need this notation, do we? Should be in scope already. Yeah. Looks like it is. Do we need Magnum? Hikari data source? Oh, we need data source. Wondering why. Oh, yeah, right. Oh, and we need Magnum, definitely. I think I need to add some more flags for cleaning, but let's get it working first. Okay, so we don't have the we don't have the database structure, and I think we have to finish for today. So what is left is just the logic to store votes for blocking projects in a database, and then I guess we are done. So yeah, looks kind of fine. Let's not make the mistake that I made before. Let's edit here, and then we will have this already working tomorrow. So I don't think we need to respond with anything. We just need to say we didn't fail. So yeah, that would be probably it. So I am going to be working on this tomorrow at 12 a.m. Central European Summer Time again. So see you tomorrow.